Hello everybody and welcome back for the GRG Esports 4 Hours of Zolder, the Summer Endurance Championship Round 3. Of course, last time out we were in Monza and we had a fantastic event there, but now we are looking at the much more technical, much smaller, tighter circuit, much slower speed of Zolder. But in the same vein, it's a very chaotic racetrack full of 90-degree corners and chicanes that these drivers are going to have to tackle here in Belgium. We're looking at having a solid grid of cars here, lots of good-looking cars out here, ready to get underway for this 4-hour event. On our time slot, we are currently about 15 minutes away from the driver's briefing getting underway, and then the qualifying sessions will resume, and then the race will start in about 40 minutes time, if I had to take a guess. Got the windmills off in the background, or turbines I should call them by their proper name, as they are not a mill, they are generating power. So they would be a turbine. Of course, off in the distance here, just where those are located, you have the river near the race circuit. And I mean, a very picturesque venue, this racetrack for sure. And obviously you have the village just surrounding it to the outside. And it's definitely one of the premier circuits in Europe, in my personal opinion. It's one of my favorites to drive, and the racing action is always spectacular here at Zolder. So definitely glad to have it as a part of this game, and we're definitely glad to have it as a part of this championship, and hopefully these drivers can take it on and enjoy themselves here as well. Go ahead and get your broadcast HUD up and going. The track temp here for practice, currently 31 degrees Celsius. So definitely a hot track here as the sun is setting at 5 p.m. Welcome in, Mechanic Room. First time chatter, everyone else jumping into the chat. We appreciate having you here. Now, we just saw there one of the kind of the more interesting quirks of this racetrack is the pit lane entry. So of course we're going to actually, I'll take us into a free cam here so we can get a good look at the way that this works for the pit lane entries. So your racing line coming down here towards the final set of corners here is obviously to the right. It's a left-hand corner, so you're coming into this braking zone on the right, but the pit entry is also to the right. And so it really creates some drama. We actually have seen this in our own events in the past. The last time we were at Zolder, we had a car actually attempt an overtake while going into the pit lane. So they were following somebody down into this braking zone, and the car hit the brake to take the corner normally, and you're allowed to go a bit later into the pit lane. And so they actually had to swerve to the left to avoid hitting them, and then came back into the pit lane. Obviously, they ended up with a penalty for that with dangerous driving, and that will be something that goes over in the driver's briefing here shortly as well, is that if you are making a pit entry, do not attempt an overtake in the process, because it is definitely dangerous and you have the opportunity to broadside somebody as you're coming in. I'm going to marvel a little bit throughout today at my new graphics card that I got recently. I just finally got the 3080 set up, and it makes this game look spectacular. The way that the colors are and just how much darker the darks are, it just looks fantastic. So I'm definitely glad to have that set up, and it makes this game look really nice, the motion blur and everything. Let me know if anything with the stream does feel off, whether it's audio levels or anything like that. Obviously, I've had some issues recently with Windows within the last 24 hours, and it reset a lot of my stuff. And so if I am missing something or if something seems wrong, do be sure to bring it up in the chat, and we will try to have it corrected. I'm going to be here by myself for most of the day, and so I'm definitely here for a chat and just a good time overall.
Today we're going to be taking a little bit of a deeper look into kind of behind the scenes of TypeScript and go over some of the very
Yeah, that was, Discord's being weird for me at the moment. That's what that was. So that is my bad. I don't know why Discord's audio is playing to the wrong spot for me. Yeah, that was a video I was trying to download for the broadcast. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get it set up because all my Windows drivers are being weird. And so and it's always right before one of these events. It really is. Everything was working fine just a few days ago. In fact, just yesterday, I boot up and was testing things, and everything was running perfectly fine. And then today I get on, and my power had gone out this morning, and so whenever I booted up my computer, everything got flashed and reset. And so we're working out the kinks. Working out the kinks. But luckily we're here just to have fun, relax a little bit. This is a test of patience for not only the drivers, but those of us who are watching in the chat and broadcasting as well. No, it is not Windows 11. I have not made that switch as of yet. I don't intend to anytime soon. But yeah. Don't. Okay, I'll take that. Do not update to Windows 11. Then, everybody said that for Windows 10, and Windows 10 worked fine for me. I never had an actual issue with it. Like, outside of it resets all my audio devices sometimes and such, which, honestly, that's probably me forcing it on because I have 3 different speaker sets and 3 different microphones plugged in. So, I'm kind of asking to have issues. 2 different keyboards, 2 different set of mouses. I have so much plugged into my computer, it's ridiculous. So Team Iris here, this is a new team for us in this round. They have participated with us in previous events, and obviously we have raced with this team quite extensively within our Factor 2 and competed against them. And it's nice to see them coming over and joining us for this event, even if it is a smaller event with a small grid here. Obviously we Would love to have a larger field for this event, but you know, we will get through with what we got and look forward to our future events. That's kind of where we're at right now, is putting in a lot of work into what we plan on announcing very soon, hopefully, to get things underway and try to put on our biggest event and our most important event of the year. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, everything in sim racing is already finicky and likes to crash as it is, let alone whenever you then try to throw in a whole different driver set with Windows. I could definitely imagine that it's not very seamless transition. All right, we will be cutting over to the driver's briefing here in just a moment, and so while we do that, we're going to cut away from the ACC driving action. We're going to have a brief intermission screen, and I'm going to play an ad during that period as well. And so we will be back in about 15 minutes time, 10 to 15 minutes, and get ready for the next session. So we will see you guys in just a moment. Hang tight. we are back from the driver's briefing. We have a team that is currently dealing with a driver swap issue. The 22 is now the 23 car, and so it looks like as if we may have to have them run on their own for the time being, and we'll have to deal with that resolution later. Alright, we are just about ready to get underway here. I'm currently trying to wipe the water off of my glasses. My dog decided it'd be a great idea to try to run away in the rain. So we have qualifying that starts in just a few minutes time. And we will get underway. Yeah, our calendar is. Let me see here. Oh, I just realized I don't actually have it looking at the game. I thought we were watching the cars drive around there at the end of practice instead of looking at this banner. If I take that down, no. Okay, that was for last month. This should be the banner, which is this one. Monza got scratched from a 6-hour to a 3-hour, but this is our schedule for this endurance season. So next month we have the 4 hours of Spain, which I can actually put up its banner board here on the broadcast as well. There we are. 4 hours of Spain in a month's time. We also run, if you are based in North America, we run a TCR series on Race Room once per week, as the 94 seeming to struggle there to get the car rolling, but cars are moving and we are going here for the qualifying session starting at high noon with a 35-degree track temperature. I really need to get my 4th monitor set up for these broadcasting days. Well, where are you from, mechanic room, if you don't mind me asking? We go off of Eastern Standard, which I think is UTC -5 right now. Not actually 100% positive. But it is creeping up on 5 p.m. UTC, and the races would start in 7 hours from now. So it would start at 11 p.m. UTC. So if you want to work it out from there, then you can. Starting our first flying lap here, though, is one of our other new cars here, Night Racing Blue, with the Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini, actually the sole mid-engine car on the grid today. Okay, so you are Aussie. Well, it might be like early in the morning, perhaps, for you. I don't know exactly how that time zone works with the international date line. And it looks like they invalidated their lap time as the scoreboard did not update. Let's see here, where is our 13 car, the BMW? They'll actually maybe try to set the first valid lap here, Javier Fernandez. Nope, that was their out lap. So now we got the 14 coming along. Also on their out lap. We'll jump back on with the 72 here. Get this nice low front bumper shot here, really showing the sense of speed around the circuit Zolder in Belgium. Very tough circuit, lots of small, like micro elevation changes that happen here. Really unsettles the car in a lot of the throttle zones. And you add in the really rough curbs here, like they look flat, but they're very rough. So it's currently, alright, so it's currently 3 a.m. So add 7 hours to that. So that would put you, actually that would put you at noon. No, 10 a.m. Why did I say noon? It would put you at 10 a.m. It's actually not that, like, obscure of a time. I was kind of expecting it to be like 4 a.m. for some reason. But no, it would put you at 10 a.m. In your local time. Would be whenever our, it would be 10 a.m. on Friday. Driver swap should be possible during this session, but we ask that the we ask that the driver who is in the car with the last valid lap stays in the car. The BMW has all of the mirrors going on for it. You got the big left side mirror, you have the rear view camera, and you have this big wide rear view center mirror as well. There's just all the awareness of what's going on behind you in this car. Obviously you can add to that the way that the car sounds as well, with that deep V8 noise. It's definitely a spectacular addition to the GT3 category, and I look forward to seeing the other new additions we have coming. I believe there's the new Ferrari on its way. Obviously, the Corvette will soon be a GT3. I believe starting next year, it'll be a full-spec GT3. Because obviously this year it's like a detuned spec GT3 just for IMSA. But I do believe that it's coming to be a more like an actual SRO FIA homologation GT3, I believe. I think that's next year, maybe the year after. I think there's another new GT3 that's on its way, but I can't remember. But I think that someone else has another GT3 they're in the process of developing. So I think it'll be fun to see the future of the GT3 racing. Trackside camera was a bit lost there for a second. Couldn't figure out where to look. I need to get rid of that message. Thank you, Nightbot, for reminding me to do that right now. I don't know why I always forget to delete that, but it is gone now. I'm doing it while I'm thinking about it. So we are no longer affiliated with Rack Service or SimStickers. Just as we're no longer, I mean, that billing link does still work for Rack Service. If you are looking for ACC servers, I can definitely recommend them. And if you want to use our affiliate link, we will still make money off of it. I think we get like 10% cut of whatever you would spend through that link. It helps us out immensely. I think that there's also a 10% discount for anyone who signs up using that. But the SimStickers link does not work. That is a dead code that no longer works. I'm not showing any drop frames at the moment. Everything looks to be fine. Currently in the green. Oh, they must have just invalidated their lap as I came to click over. They were ahead by 0.2, but it seems like maybe that lap invalidated for Jose Oneva. So we will ride on board with Mercedes here. If you are in our Discord, so all of our races do start at the same time whenever it comes to these endurance races. And we have, inside of the chat, there is, so if you're in the Discord, you have, oh, that's a big bout of wheel spin up off the final corner and into the wall for that 94 Mercedes. We have the series info under Summer Endurance Championship, and in that series info there is a message that shows for Zolder at the moment, and there's actually a message that is on there that converts to your local time. So we will always have your local time conversion in our messages, both on the Discord, and then there's also the events in the Discord as well, which will convert to local time. So if I go and I make this link right here and I post that, if you click on that link, on Discord, that will also show you the local time. That's whenever the practice starts. And so for any time conversions, that'll always be shown there. Same thing with the TCR ones that we have posted as well. Those will all automatically convert to your local time. Just a nice little feature that they've added. Trying to keep my eye out, seeing if anybody is looking to improve their lap time and get quicker, but at the moment that is not occurring. Everyone is on their out lap. Like Muner here, setting their first valid lap of the session, looking to try to see what they can do here. Coming down through Sector 3 and the one more final braking zone in the big Bentley. Rolling through the final corner, missing that inside chicane just a little bit. Now down the front straightaway, across the line. They will take P3 there with a 130.385. We only have one car to actually eclipse the 129 barrier to this point. That is your pole sitter. The 14 car, though, getting underway here, trying to take that throne and maybe get another chance to jump up top. See just up the road the 777 Bentley as well, who is currently 4/10 up through Sector 1, so is on track to be close to that pole time, definitely into P2. It's a big jump up over the curb there for Jose Oneva. Not quite sure if that's going to help them here. He's going to have a really good traction zone going through the chicane, using up all the curbing he can. Does gain a bit of time. Gotta wonder if maybe it invalidated the lap. Did you get too much of it? No, they keep on pushing at the moment, but now 2/10 slow after Sector 2. 7/10 up currently on their fastest lap. Team Iris is really looking to try to put the pedal down here. Oh, but invalidates the lap, it seems, and is backing off. Pulls off the racetrack here, gets out of the way. So unable to improve there with possibly an invalidated lap time, or maybe another issue as the car seemed to come to a stop, but now rolling once again. Maybe they were waiting to try to get a little bit of a gap to the 14 car ahead of them after invalidating their lap earlier. Okay. Yeah, so the time that shows, it shows for the driver's briefing room, but that is the time that the practice opens. And then the driver's briefing is 30 minutes after that time, and then qualifying is 15 minutes later as well, so it's 45 total minutes for the practice. And then qualifying of 30 minutes, and then the race of 4 hours. Using up all that curb through the chicane once again, and it's a big reason as to why I think that these front engine cars are the primary choice for this track, is to help with over the curbs. But obviously the 72 team there with Jaden Monatham Garin behind the wheel showing otherwise, as the sole mid-engine car is currently on front. Obviously the Porsche technically mid-engine, also partly rear engine. That's an invalidated lap once again for the Bentley. Man, Nightbot going ham over here. I need to space those messages out more as well. That's something I will work on after the race. But the Nightbot does bring up a good point there. If you have Amazon Prime and you have not linked it to your Twitch account, you should. It's absolutely free. It just simply takes putting in your email that you created your Amazon account with. You link them together, and that gives you access to special perks within Twitch. It gives you free content for games, which often is not anything too spectacular. It's, you know, skins or anything like that for certain games, but it is free content. And if you do happen to play those games, then hey, free content's free content. But it also gives you access to a free Twitch subscription. And a Twitch subscription, if you don't know, it supports the streamer in which you subscribe to. It costs $5 normally. And the streamer gets 50% of that. Well, actually, it costs $4.99, and the streamer gets 49.8% of it, as the streamer will end up with $2.49, and Twitch ends up with $2.50 out of that deal. But if you link your Amazon Prime, and then you can subscribe for free, you get one free subscription per month to whoever you wish, and it's basically like a free donation of $2.50 to the channel of your choice. And it might not sound like a lot, but for some people that $2.50 goes a very long way towards supporting them and helping out with what they can. And obviously being a subscriber gives you access to Twitch emotes. We currently have set up our 3 flags, the green, the yellow, and the white. And we look to try to expand that in the future. Jose Oneva here managed to go faster, but just barely not on pole by 4/100ths of a second. Unable to put the car on top, but definitely rolling along quickly here is the BMW, trying to take a challenge to Jaden in that 72 Lamborghini. But got a question if they can try to find that time here with 10 minutes left. Can they get that last tenth of a second that they're going to need to go faster? And at that, are we going to see that 72 Lamborghini get quicker as well in the process? Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate you stopping in here and hopping into the Discord. And obviously, if you can get a team together and come fill in, we have big announcements. Obviously, Spain for next month, but for the month of October, we have some plans that we are rolling on, and we look forward to getting those out. And we really hope that that's going to be a really big and fun event. The 700 car here, Simon Joyvis, going quicker. Putting themselves up into P3 now, 4.5 tenths off of the overall pole. The 72 car here going to take one more swing through the final corner, currently up on a tenth of a second it shows, as they enter the final braking zone. Let's see if they can keep the lap valid and get quicker. They're now up to 3/10 it reads. Let's see if that is correct. Across the line, yes, faster, a 1:29.460, bridging out that gap just a little bit more to Jose Oneva, and really going to put the pressure on now to see if they can try to close that out, using up all that runoff. Man, that's going to be the killer today, is going to be that chicane. Just how much of that runoff can you use and get away with? See those traction control lights flashing up on the dash there of the Aston Martins. They stay close to the left to try to shave as much time as they can. 2/10 more come off, but not quite enough. Still in third place. Do improve, but not on the leaderboard. See if they can go quicker now once again. The 23 car yet to go out for a lap. Octavian Robu, obviously, normally the 22 had that driver swap connection issue. They joined in the wrong order into the session, and now Octavian going to run solo for as long as he feels like he can until he is done. Obviously, that car will not be scored for position. They're here just for the fun of it and to have a good time. 72 peels into the pit lane. Maybe they're going to make one more attempt here at trying to improve their lap time, but it seems to me they're pretty secure where they're at, as the 14 also currently sitting on the pit lane. Not improving so far on this lap is the 700 here. Simon just unable to get it to link up like he has the last 2 times around, and he might have one more shot as well to try to go and get pole with 7 minutes left in the qualifying session. Looking to improve though here does get that lap time down just a little bit. No, it is an invalidated lap. So the 94 Mercedes struggling to hook up a lap here around the circuit Zolder. The little Red Bull logo on the back of the car there. I do like these cameras a lot. Having this kind of really low shot right on the splitter of the car, it just gives you such an insane sense of speed. It's really kind of unrivaled, and obviously you can see the car slowing down there, but we'll go on board here with the Aston Martin, and you can just really feel how fast that these cars go. As again, this car is actually also slowing down their lap at the moment. Also gives you a good judgment as to how tall that those curbs are going through that chicane. Reminder for those of you who are here, if you're not currently following the stream, do be sure to do that. Hit that little purple heart button. It's very much appreciated for everybody, and we look forward to hopefully having more events in the future, better broadcasting, and getting quicker. As Loic Muner there puts together a solid lap up into P2 now for that 777 Bentley, but not quite enough to capture the top spot. But a 1:29.69 does put them into second place for the time being. Let's see if they can find any more lap time here as we go on board. Of course, the Bentley here, the sole right-hand drive car within the GT3 category. So the camera over here placed on the left. One of the little quirks of this car. Currently trailing in the green, but not quite sure if it's going to be fast enough. Going to have a major send here through the final chicane. Let's see if they can do it. Really good under traction. A bit of a wiggle there in the wheel. Let's see if it's fast enough. Looking green. Cross the line to the pole. 1:29.33. And just like that, the Bentley dethrones the Lamborghini with 4 minutes left in the qualifying session. Loic Muner takes the overall pole. Let's see if there's going to be any form of a roll here from the 72. Yes, the car is going. They're going to go make another attempt at it to try to take that spot back. Let's see if Muner is going to be able to improve it all, maybe get a little bit bigger of a gap over that Lamborghini to try to secure that position just a little bit more. And it's going to be an invalidated lap there for the 777, so they're going to back it down, and they're going to take one more hard attempt here. Try and improve. The 23 going to attempt their first out lap here. Tavian Robu going underway. Wonder if the livery glitched as well throughout the process of them changing which number they were and everything like that, as the livery in which I see is not the one that it's supposed to be. That's a big hop up over the curb there for the Porsche, and obviously going to throw away this lap time. Almost turned into an airplane there with the way that it mounted that curb. The 777 now going to make one more run through here. Absolutely doing the same, every little bit of airtime that you can. And again, I think that's going to invalidate that lap time. Yes, it definitely did as they peel off to slow down. Let's go on board here. 72 as they attempt to make their final run here back at the pole to defend their position that they held for a majority of this session. Absolutely rolling it through the braking zone there in the final corner. That's going to hurt them both on this lap and the next. I don't think they got a very good exit up out of the final corner. And we'll have to see if they can make another run here. 777 just up the road as well, setting their final laps now. We have two other cars currently on the track. They'll both have maybe one more shot here for the 13. I do think the 23 is on their final attempt. Jaden Monatham Guerin here really trying to get this Lamborghini to hook up the best that he can. He's going to have to make an absolute throw through the chicane. I think he knows it. Misses the first curb, misses the second curb. It's very interesting seeing the difference of the way that the Lamborghini finds its time versus the Bentley. That's why we watched everybody else just go straight over that curb. And here in this car, you're trying to avoid it as most as you can. That's a very good roll there through the chicane. As long as that lap time stayed valid, this will be a good competitive lap. Like Moyner just up the road peeling off of their lap must have invalidated it. They're currently showing 2 seconds off, so this is the lone challenger for improving their lap time. Coming down into the final chicane one last time, currently 3/10 in the red and bailing on the lap altogether. Wonder if they may have invalidated it. Currently tracking in the red is the 13 as well, down by 4/10. However, Tavian Robu currently up by 1.5 seconds, and if they can find more pace here in the second and third sector, they might be able to go and contest for one of these top 4 spots. Derek coming in with that Prime subscription, just as I was mentioning earlier in the chat. One last big throw here through the final sector. Not much of an improvement, but it might be enough to jump into P5. It is into P5 there for Octavian Robu. And there is your final standings. All right, we have a brief intermission here, so we're going to cut away to a ad break as we wait on the grid to get set. I'm going to go and get everything ready and prepared for the race. So we will be back in 3 minutes' time. And just like that, cars are a-rolling. We're on the grid, ready for the 4 hours of Zolder. The 777 Bentley starting on the pole position, followed by our 72 Lamborghini, the sole mid-engine car on the grid. I refuse to call the Porsche mid-engined. It is still rear-engined in my heart. The BMW lining up in third position with the number 14. The 700 Aston Martin trailing just behind them. Another BMW back in the fifth position, number 13. It is interesting. I thought that we saw a swap there with the 23 jumping into fifth place. It's interesting that it seems that that lap got thrown away by the game here. And then rounding up the tail, the Mercedes number 94 in the 7th position. Four hours around this racetrack. It's going to be a really fun one, even with the small grid. This is just a spectacular racetrack. It's always entertaining and it's always action-packed. I believe in our drivers and I believe in what we have here. I think we can have a really exciting and fun event, all things considered. Rolling up off the final corner, getting ready to take the green flag side by side, the full field, and we're waiting on the lights to go out. We should see this flagman on the left drop the green flag. And we're waiting. There he goes. The lights are green, and away we are down towards turn one. A big sin there by the Porsche, going to jump their way up from 6th to 4th there down at turn 1. Side by side for the lead, Lamborghini trying to not let that Bentley get away, but unable to contest. As they round up now single file back behind, trying to get everybody else in order. Down towards the spicy chicane here is going to be a big curb. Let's see if anybody maybe mounts it just a little bit too much this time through. The Porsche got some airtime there just behind. It seems like everybody rolled their way through the chicane mostly well. Track limit's going to be a worry here. That looks like already a warning there. Going to be for the 23 as they take way too much of that inside curb. That's going to be the big problem spot in today's race, I do believe, is going to be just managing the curbs, managing the wear, managing the damage to the car, and protecting it during the full 4 hours of this event. Do not get unnecessary penalties, do not get unnecessary damage, and do not put yourself in bad positions. So see here the full field. Now single file starting to spread out. A 1 second gap up front for Loic Moiner, trying to bridge out as far as he can, as quickly as he can, to try to just get underway and let the Bentley do Bentley things and get into that fuel save mode that it's oh so good at. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini, they got to try to worry about protecting their tires there with that mid-engine car. It's going to be their express suit here, is going to be just having a car that's consistent for a longer period of time. As the fuel load comes undone, they should start to maybe find time towards the end of the stint. The biggest key here is going to be for these guys, do not panic. Do not get yourself into bad situations early on here. As we see a big move on the exit of the chicane, the BMW, obviously we saw a better straight line through that first chicane, gets a good run up off of it, and will take the position here. Up into second place now for Jose Oneva. That was a big move and a big run there to get it done, and now they maybe can go set their sights now on the Bentley to try to run them down and Early on here on the full fuel, Lamborghini seeming to struggle just a little bit in comparison to the other front engine machines here. Of course, the 23 Porsche currently rolling underway. That car does know it will be disqualified by the end of the event if it does not meet its drive time, which will be more than likely to have happened. Big bounce there through turn 1. You can see it, and actually off in the back was the 13 there of Jose Fernandez, or Javier Fernandez, apologies. So definitely struggling to have these cars, maybe some under pressure on the tire pressures due to the hot track we had in qualifying versus now the cooler circuit for race time. Maybe some cars are a bit under pressure and struggling on the curbs and the bumps just that little bit more. Go on board with Lamborghini here. Nice and smooth over the curbs for the most part, actually. The steering wheel, not too much movement, rather steady and in place, exactly as you want it at the start of these races. The Bentley up ahead, though, growing ever smaller in the distance. Just 5 minutes into this race, and it's already a 3-second gap up front. Man, look at the violent shaking there through turn 1 and 2. Can I imagine the drivers absolutely feel every bit of that in the seat. Makes this such a struggle, and again with a 4-hour event, it's definitely this is one of those tracks that wear you out the more you drive it. Oh, we're looking side by side here. The Porsche with a good run through the chicane. I saw that in the rear view camera, but not quite going to be close enough to make a move here, I don't think. Oh, he's going to go for it. Misses the corner. Bit of a door check as taking the position away for the time being is going to give it back to the 72. That might be something the stewards need to take a look at there with the late braking maneuver. It's going to tighten up the rest of the field, though, here, bringing the 700 and the 13 right into the grasp of these guys now, just up the road. Oh, a little bit late on the brakes there. I don't think they were quite planning on going for the move. Just kind of outbroke themselves, and in an effort to not hit the back of the 700, they kind of peeked the nose inside just a little bit there. That could have been a lot worse than it was. Meanwhile, up front, it is smooth sailing for that Team Iris Bentley. Just rolling along. You see the field is in the background. And at this point, not a thought. I mean, you can barely even see the cars in the mirrors at this stage. That Bentley rolling along perfectly fine. Purple lap time to this point for 1:30.0. That is the fastest lap by more than 0.4 of a second. That they have set. So cruising along on the full fuel. The Bentley definitely is one of those cars. It likes full fuel. It likes to be weighed down. It likes to have that full race trim balance, and anything else is something that it just does not love. The 72 actually just lost a couple positions here. Let's back this up. It seems maybe off of the racetrack for the 72. They're just up the road here. We're going to watch this back on a replay. So we come rolling down through turn 4. 3 gets a bit wide back there, but down towards this is the turn 5 Klein chicane. Maybe a bit too much of the curb here. Yep, too much of that inside, too much of that outside. Oh, and the 23 makes contact as well. Nowhere to go with the spinning 72 Lambo. And now trying to get the car righted back, and obviously you don't want to pull back into the way of other cars. So lots of time lost there. The 700 also losing time in the process, and maybe damage as well for the Porsche. Early on, our mid-engine friends here really struggling to have the car be comfortable. Oh, hello. Hopefully not too much damage to any of these cars, but definitely a rough start for the Lamborghini. Number 94 off-pace racing here, racing against somebody for position. Let's see exactly how quickly the 700 and the 72 try to get back on track here, try to get themselves in front of the 94 and really try to put themselves back towards catching up to the field ahead. But we all know the Mercedes has really good straight line speed, but late on the brakes there, kind of missing the corner, the 94. But not easy work to this stage. Meanwhile, we have just up the road a fight here for P3 overall. Lots of that curb. It's going to set up a good run here for the Porsche. Exactly what I was expecting to see happen side by side, and the Porsche makes easy work of it. It actually looked like maybe the BMW backed out just a little bit, just as here the Mercedes also backing out, giving that spot up. The Lambo, fantastic run here. Maybe going to do a 2-for-1. Let's see if he gets boxed in. He does, unable to make that move stick. It was almost a 2-for-1 there through the chicane, but electing to not try too hard for it and backed out instead. But the Porsche also threw as well, so we saw two moves, basically the same move, but it happened twice there on the same lap. But with all of this fighting, it's only making Loic Moyner's job up front that much easier. Now a 6-second gap to the lead, and it's just cruise control at this point, you would have to imagine, for that Bentley team. Reminder that if anybody does wish to come and join into the commentators booth with me for the duration of this event, or at least for any span of time here, do feel free. We are more than excited to have you come along, come give us a chat, and give us some details as to what's going on with your perspective of the race, even as a spectator. Just join the waiting room under the Summer Endurance Championship section on the Discord, and join that little waiting room chat, and we will drag you in whenever we can. It's so interesting to me watching the way that these two cars are so different in how they find their lap time, but ultimately their lap times have been very similar here for the last few laps. It's really, really cool to watch. I mean, it's also different drivers as well, but the cars themselves definitely do take it differently. I do love the way that this bumper cam looks. It's just right down here, right on the curb. Kind of shows here as well, like where these cars find their difference in time. The Aston pulling out a gap here to start the lap, but then the Lamborghini is going to end up catching it up as we get into these higher speed corners. You see it there, just how much time they gained. Obviously a little bit of a missed apex from the Aston, but just pulls the Lambo right up to the rear. A little bit defensive from the Aston is going to help the Lambo even more here. So now they're having a fantastic run out of the Klein chicane down towards the Villeneuve. Not quite going to go for the move. That was really close though. Lots of the curb there for the 700. Not quite going to extend the track enough. I don't think that'd be a warning. I think that's right on where the limit is. I'm trying to learn the track corners as we go, but I'm not going to attempt to pronounce turn 9 that we just went through. I know that it's like translation would be something like, you know, corner in town, right? Because the town, like, it's the name of the town or whatever. But I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it in its correct terms. So I think I'm going to call it Boulderberg, and that's just what's going to stick. Because I think the rest of it is like descriptive words. I'm pretty sure that's how like the Belgian language works. Is that a lot of it is like descriptive text that creates the words to be as long as they are. Oh, all the way into the grass there, going into the braking zone. That's not your ideal line there. I mean, I know you want to use up as much of the racetrack width as you can, but you want to use up as much of the racetrack width that's paved. Getting into the grass there will be a right way to die very quickly on this racetrack. It's fortunate that this is not iRacing, because if it was, you would most certainly not have made that corner. Well, actually, no, after the 24 hours of spot, it seems like running in the grass is actually the way to go in iRacing, so who knows at this point. Rolling that corner super well there, the final chicane. The Lamborghini really good on the change of direction portions of the track. Gonna peek up the inside here towards turn 1. Side by side they are. Little bit of a contact perhaps, but not too much. The 72 backing out. Whoa, there's a BMW in the middle of the road just up ahead. Wonder what happened there. That's the 13, I do believe. Yes. What resulted in them now falling into this three-horse race? that was an awkward moment and could have been really bad had the 700 not managed to back off there and get through the corner without running into them. Go back to this rear view camera here. I mean, again, you just see how well the Lamborghini handles that change of direction through the chicanes. Really helps them, but again, not being able to take up the curbs also hurts them simultaneously. It's very interesting watching the way that these two cars are. Oh, off into the dirt on the exit of turn 1, though. That's going to still leave them on a defensive line through 2, so unable to capitalize there. Jonathan Guerin gonna have to just get back in line. The 700 Aston Martin here, Simon Joyvis doing a really good job keeping the Aston in a position to just not let the Lamborghini by. So see here down towards the braking zone. Does anybody make a move? No. Rolled their way through the chicane. And this 3-horse race here for 4th place overall is quite exciting right now. Meanwhile, I am going to update you the gap for the lead in case you're not following it on the scoring pylon. 10.5 seconds currently between Loic Moiner and Jose Oneva. So the gap up front continues to grow between 1st and 2nd. And they're letting that just roll along. There's nothing from the race control department. As for the contact with the 23 and the 72, perhaps that could be reported at a later point. Hopefully those of you who are still in the chat are enjoying what you're seeing. I mean, I think this racing's been pretty solid so far, all things considered, through the first 20 minutes. I know I've been rather low energy and having large periods of silence. That's just because I am extremely tired and here on my own, so I'm trying to pace myself for this 4-hour event and try to keep things up. Oh, off again. 13 in the back, spinning sideways. Let's take a look at that. Maybe just a little bit too much of that inside curb, got out wide and just lost the car. It was a nice job to not hit any of the walls there in the process. But 13 now, kind of sitting in no man's land back here in 6th place. This is a rough spot to be, where you got pace to be with somebody, but you make that small mistake and now you're not with them. But like that also means you're not fast enough to catch up to them, really, right? Like you're kind of on an equal pace to them. So now you have an 11-second gap that you got to try to close, and you're gonna really struggle to do that being 11 seconds back. So it's definitely that really awkward place to be. Meanwhile, up to 13 seconds the lead here for Loic Moyner. I feel like I've said his name differently every time I've said it, but rolling along in that 777 Bentley, and just making good work of it up front. Track temp has come down here in the first 30 minutes, down to 30 degrees Celsius from 31. Side by side down into the final chicane here. The 72 looking to the outside. Oh, gets squeezed off just a little bit there by the 700, who puts on that tight defense, that kind of Formula One style defending there, really squeezing the edge of the racetrack. But in an effort here to keep 4th place overall, going to run wide here on the exit of 1. It's going to set them up for that defensive move, but 72 will take this really wide entry, try to roll the corner, and maybe try to take a good run here down into turn 4. Not quite in position to do it. Lamborghini really good under brakes as well, is worth noting. It really can get down into that corner, but you see the side effect there of being really good under the brakes and getting late into the brakes is that then you're bad on corner exit, so you let the gap kind of build. Really good through the mid corner there though of the high speed turns is the Lambo, so it really closes that gap right back up through 1 and 2 here. I like this high helicopter shot. Kind of shows how the gap ebb and flows even through just specific corners, how they can narrow up and then build back again. Oh, and off the racetrack for the 700. Just a little bit of a bobble, and that sends them clean into the grass. So you just kind of just let it get wide a little bit too much there, off the track, and unable to really do anything about it. And so through goes the 72, making that job easy for them. I'm sure they're happy to be able to finally get by the wide Aston Martin, but not too much of a time loss here for Simon, so maybe the lane 700 Aston Martin has a chance to try to close that gap back down. It's like 2 seconds at this point, and try to go recontest once again for 4th place overall. I love the small details of this game. Like, I love watching the windshield wiper in the car. Like, look at that thing just shake. Oh, super late on the brakes there. A little bit of a lockup, it seemed like. Kind of missed the corner just slightly. Like, I love watching this windshield wiper. How it moves around with the G-forces and the wind. And the vibrations in the road and such. Like, it's super cool. It's such just the small details of this game are really good, and being able to appreciate them with, you know, the graphic settings being maxed out as they are, it definitely is spectacular. Motion blur helps a lot as well. It makes everything just look so fast. Our first pit stop of the race is occurring here. The 94 currently sitting at the box, possibly looking for a driver swap here. A little bit of a flash of the windshield wiper there from Simon. I saw that. Ooh, a little bit into the dirt for the Lambo just up the road. We will jump up now to one of the only annoying things about the way that this game works. I don't know why this game works this way. It's part of why I want this 4th screen so much. Is because anytime that you highlight over the game with your cursor, you're now tabbed into the game, and your cursor just goes away. It's like I have to tab alt all the time. Anytime I want to do anything, I have to tab alt, because ACC will just steal my cursor away from me randomly. And it's really annoying. I know, it's like a super small thing that really nobody else deals with, but it does annoy me. Oh, that was a big bite of the curb there for Octavian Robu in that 23 Porsche. That was a lot of a wiggle. just down the road here from our friend in the Beamer. Jose Neva. Trying to roll along here. Gap now up to 19 seconds between first and second place. Mark Moiner up front, really just obviously controlling the pace at the moment and controlling this race. Oh, hey, look at that. We qualified 5th. Heck yeah. I had an opportunity to work with a team that races in SRO GT America. And currently they're in Road America this weekend. And yeah, they just had qualifying this morning. I think a race happens relatively soon, actually. But they were really, really happy with the way that the cars came out and the way that the Supra was performing at Road America. And obviously, it has worked out pretty well. They're sitting up front. They're actually first in class. And they're first in class by almost a full second on the lap time. So absolutely mega, actually, in terms of the qualifying. Yeah, kind of ebbing and flowing here between the BMW and the Porsche. Nobody really catching the other. Nobody really falling from the other. Just kind of gains a little bit, loses a little bit. Gains a little bit, loses a little bit. It's kind of the game that we're playing at the moment. Riding on board here with Octavian Robu in the off-pace racing Porsche. It's really interesting. Like, this car, obviously, it drives entirely different than anything else here. Because although it is technically mid-engine, it is still a mostly rearward engine car. This Octavian there almost drove into their teammate. And so it definitely has still that aspect of you kind of slide the car through the corner more than it's kind of planted like other mid-engine cars are, and you kind of be a bit rough on the steering wheel. And Octavian obviously being very rough on the steering wheel here for the little bit we've watched, really trying to throw this car through its ringer. But I mean, we've seen here it's closed that gap to Jose Neva by a ton. I mean, now you're looking at a car length between these two rather than the 2 seconds that it just was. And so really going to try to close that gap and maybe make a move here within a lap or so. But the fight is on for P2 overall now. Maybe peeking to the inside. That would be way too soon. Don't be too aggressive here, Octavian. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there on the corner exit. We saw just a small tap of the bumper as they follow nose to tail down the front straightaway. BMW pulling away, though, down the straight. Porsche trying to make up its time through the corners. Now, contrary to the Lamborghini, the other mid-engined car that we have on the grid, Octavian here in the Porsche, absolutely not afraid of the curbs, just running them over like as if they're not even there. And obviously that's maybe a slight difference in driving style. Octavian, we saw from that onboard, much more aggressive with the steering wheel and the inputs compared to Jaden in the Lambo. That's a lunge from the Porsche there up the inside though, and gonna take P2 nice and clean, stays on the corner, and now we'll drive into P2. Let's see if now the gap can build for Octavian, or if we're gonna watch Jose be able to immediately come back and contest for that position. Bit earlier on the brake and slower at the mid speed there for Jose Neva in these high speed corners. The Porsche seeming to just absolutely excel. A little bit too wide there, missing the apex for that 14 BMW, and that is how you bridge a gap right there. You just run a few really good corners, get the guy behind you to mess up, and now you're looking at a 4-car length gap, you know, half a second plus. And, you know, now they're not really back within striking range, so, you know, got to think about defending. Wow, that's so much of the curb. That was wild. Ooh, I like that shot. That was cool. Get the backfire with the flame kicking out from the central exhaust that is on the rear end of this Porsche. And now the gap almost 1 second between these two. I'm starting to feel like nap time though, man. I'm so tired. And this Porsche taking so much of that curb through the Klein chicane. It is spectacular. The gap for the lead, by the way, now creeping up towards 30 seconds, 29 there as they cross the loop. It's about one full sector between first and second place. So at this point, that 777 Bentley with the Team Iris is rolling on for a very just easy, smooth sailing win here in the 4 hours of Zolder. Track temp here is once again lowered. We're down to 29 degrees Celsius. We've lowered 3 degrees in the ambient temperature. Oh, it's a big old slide from Jose Oneva there. Trying to follow the Octavian Robu line through the Klein chicane and just unable to make it stick in that BMW. But the track temp does continue to come down, and I expect it to come down even more here with 3 hours remaining in this race. It's definitely going to become a much cooler circuit by the end of this one. Surely this Porsche is going to split in half eventually. We keep on watching this car go up and over this curb like this. The car's just got to fall in half. I mean, seriously. I know I'm being quiet here and I have nothing else really to comment on, but just this car is destroying this curb so much. It's insane to me. Like, Octavian is absolutely just smashing the curbs. And I just don't understand how this Porsche is holding up so well. So we're creeping up now, 50 minutes into this race. We're looking... Pit stop cycle should be within the next 15 to 20, I would say, and then we can get things underway for seeing some more on-track action. I think in an effort to not skip over the... I mean, seriously, Octavian. I don't understand this line that you're taking. It's insane to me. Like, if it, I mean, you would not be able to take that line in real life. Not in the way that he's taking it in this game. But I think I'm going to go take my bathroom break and everything. Now, so then I'm back and we're here for whatever the action does occur, and we don't miss any of the on-track pit stops that happen. So we'll be back in about 3 minutes time, so hang tight, and we will see you then. Alright, and we are back. 3 hours, 4 minutes remain. We're currently running on Auto Director. I have not used the Auto Director in a solid while on this game, because for a while it used to select like third-person driving cameras and such, but I believe they have fixed that, or at least made it less likely for it to select drivable cameras. And so we went ahead and picked that. Our first car is on the pit lane, in fact. Car number 700. Well, I guess our first car, 94 did pit, but our first car of the lead lap cars is entering the pit lane now. So into the box, you stop. And they are getting underway. Let's see if Simon gets out of the car and if they do perform a driver swap or not. Total pit stop time here in Assetto Corsa Competizione is 30 seconds. So you bring the car to a halt, jack you up, and then it takes 30 seconds to both refuel and change tires simultaneously. Driver change does have no effect for total time of the pit stop within the simulation. And then it sends you back out on your way. Taking tires has no effect on the time either. As long as you are filling it up with fuel, it will take 30 seconds. And same with if you're changing tires, it will also take 30 seconds no matter what. So if you're changing tires, you may as well fill it up with fuel. If you're filling it up with fuel, you may as well take tires. There really is no reason not to, unless if you are making a willing decision of underfueling for purposes of weight, or if you are having to deal with a tire restriction, which we typically try to enact in these races, but I do not believe we have those enacted at the moment. But we do typically try to have tire limit restrictions, as it just makes it a bit more strategic as to how you have to take on the weekend between practice, qualifying, and the race. Having tire set limits does make it much more strategic. Simon did get out of the car. We now have Vinny in the car. And so the 700 did perform that driver swap. Just over 3 hours remain here in today's event, and again, it's worth noting that I think the minimum drive time is 1 hour per driver. So for that team where they just went and pulled Simon out of the car, he will have to get back in the car at some point in time in order to fulfill the drive stint limit, which honestly in a 4-hour event, if you're cutting it down to 1 hour stints, or roughly 1 hour stints, as the 13 there off the racetrack, maybe really early on the brakes there for the 700. Not sure exactly what happened there. Let's back that up and have another look. See, why don't we? I mean, obviously, either outbraking themselves or the 700 braked really early. I want to see, where did the brake lights come on for? Oh, come. Why did the replay just do that? Just changed the camera on me right at the moment of what I wanted to see. It seemed like maybe, though, just a little bit early for the Aston Martin, and then a little bit late for the BMW, leading to that situation. Also, I do believe that there's been a driver swap in this car as well, and the 14. So maybe while we were gone, we did miss a couple of stops. But we do have 2 new drivers into the 13 and the 14. And so again, those drivers who came out of the car, they will have to get back in for another stint at some point in time. And you also need the driver you currently have in the car to also run more than, I believe it's the minimum 60 minutes that we have in place. The 94 making another pit stop here, just past that 1 hour mark that we were just referencing. Look at all the reflections of the dirt and everything on the wing here for the Porsche. Gotta love that graphic detail. I'll be right back. Alright, I returned. A dog continues to disrupt my my time here broadcasting. As we're watching here a battle for 5th place overall. These are two new drivers in the car. The 700 and the 13. Racing for 5th place. Obviously you could see the gap right there, 0.3 of a second, side by side, currently down the front straightaway, looking to the outside, 13, maybe on a late braking move, not quite defensive there. Vinny N gonna hold on to it. And gonna have the opening there for turn 2, so no challenge at 2 or 3 here. Gonna stay competitive, maybe a shot down into the chicane. Let's see how well he can roll through high-speed turn 4. Nothing to it. Now down towards our Klein chicane here. Not quite close enough. Up over the curb. Gonna have to get it perfect. Bit of a bobble there from the 700. Maybe a light up of the traction control, but not quite enough to close that gap. I don't think anything's there for the 13 to make a look. Just under 3 hours remain in today's event. Track temp down to 28 degrees Celsius as well. Gonna continue to come down, I would have to suspect. That was interesting there. I don't know if you caught that on the braking zone, but downshifted into first gear and then back up into second prior to the corner. Back off the corner entry, roll through it, get to the throttle early. Not going to be enough to be able to really close that gap. And take a challenge here again at turn 2. It's such a hard track to overtake, Zolder is. Lots of high-speed corners and lots of chicanes. Really only have 2 good passing zones on the circuit. Everywhere else is a little bit of a risk. The 94 off the circuit there, just ahead. Luckily staying in the gravel trap, not interfering with this battle we're watching on board with right now. currently just rolling along. I mean, again, it's just such a hard track to overtake. You really got to set it up, and you got to have it perfect. And so for some of these guys, or maybe, you know, their cars aren't handling all that well, so we're in a slightly changing track condition as it's cooling off. These are also guys who've just gotten in the car, so they really only have, you know, 10 minutes driving here. So perhaps, you know, they're just struggling on the little details of the track right now. And so they're maybe only running at, you know, 90% of their capability. And that makes it just that much harder to really put together that overtaking maneuver at a track like Zolder, which is just, it's difficult even for the best of drivers. And in the best of scenarios. So really got to see here, and you just kind of wait for a mistake of the guy ahead of you, but you also can't really rely on that reliably. You know, it's definitely hard to do. Both the 72 and the 777 have pit. Lucas now in the 777. Actually, I believe just the 777's pit, not the 72 as well. But so we do have a new leader, Octavian Robu, getting laps led in this event. At the very least, as Lucas. God, I know how to pronounce his name. I always struggle with the correct pronunciation for the CHT together. Is it Lichten or Leichten? Can't remember exactly how you would correctly pronounce that. But Lucas in the car now, currently second, but effectively first. But the 72 is there and going to try to at least maybe contest that position while they can, and maybe, you know, see if they had the ability to maybe take a fight to the overall lead had they not had their incidents earlier. And as soon as I looked away, I think we just saw that swap for position. So let's rewatch this on the replay here. I went way too far back by accident. But we did just see the swap for position that we were waiting on between the 13 and the 700. So I gotta imagine it's gonna happen coming up out of turn 4 and with a good run down towards the chicane, and then get it done in the braking zone. Pretty sizable gap here down towards 4. Let's see if a mistake happens from the 700. Yep, just a little bit wide. And that's gonna let the 13 sneak their way right up alongside, and then by the time of the braking zone, you're fully ahead, and it is your corner to have, and there you go. Just like that, you get the position done. That's why patience is key. You know, I mean, you definitely do want to try to wait on the driver to make a mistake at a track like this, and that is why you do so right there. Free position gets it done. No aggressive maneuvers, no contact made, and now into that 5th position and rolling along. Lamborghini does have such an awesome sound. That V10, absolutely screaming. Or isn't it a V8 in this car? I think we've had this discussion in these chats before. In fact, I think even at Monza last month we had this exact discussion, and I always forget. This is what Google is for. Huracan GT3. Does have a V10. Well, no, okay, this is the Evo. So this would be the Super Trofeo car, right? I imagine it's not a different engine between the Evo and the standard one. You gotta wonder when maybe we'll see that new Lamborghini find its way into this game, though. Man, does it look good. .700 there, big ol' wiggle. Going through your second chicane, just unable to keep the car planted and looking sharp. I'll go ahead and give my Prime subscription. Get that done. Okay, so now I see where that text is on OBS. Let me go move that. Okay, there was some drop frames that just occurred there a bit ago. Don't know exactly why. Two hours, 44 minutes remain in this race. We have now seen Octavian Robu make his pit stop. Still waiting on this Lamborghini to make their pit stop, I do believe. See here on the timetable, your current leaderboard. how many laps have been completed for everybody. And here's your general track map, a bit larger, so then you can see what the gaps on the racetrack look like, and just kind of how separated we are at the moment across the racetrack. What do you guys say we get some ambient shots? I always like good ambient shots of racetracks. So what do you say we get a couple of good ambient shots here? Let's set up just on the curb, or just before the chicane at the braking zone. Let's get a bit further down. Oh, okay. Oh, auto director was still on. That's what that was. Let's turn auto director off. Wait, don't we? I do love a good ambient track shot. It kind of sets just a certain tone. It's kind of nice and relaxing to be able to see and be a part of. It's really interesting that 72 still has yet to pit. I mean, well, there it goes. Now it's picking third-person cameras. I assume that it has yet to pit. Surely they haven't driven their way into a 4-second gap. I mean, no, it's physically there's just no way. It's like we're covering over a minute and a half. So we have to wonder, when is that Lamborghini going to make its first pit stop then? Surely it has to be relatively soon. Yes, auto director. This is the camera I want to see. If I was playing the game. Yes, it's totally what I want. Octavian, man, you really gotta be careful over that curb. It is insane. Oh, there's the drive-through right there. Speaking of it, so too much of that curb has led to a drive-through penalty for track limits for the 23. Yep, I was waiting on it to occur. With the way that you were taking all these curbs and the way you were smashing those chicanes, it was eventually going to catch up, and there it was. Coming up on an hour and a half into the event. And straight into the pit lane to serve that drive-through is the 23. And the 72 was also there on the pit lane making their first pit stop. I mean, shout out to them with that Lambo making it last an hour 25. It's a very solid pit stop and stint length for them. I mean, that could look for them to try to cut a pit stop out of this race compared to everybody else. Which, I mean, with the unfortunate start that they had, that's kind of what they've needed to do. But they could look to try to cut out that final stop, right? As of right now, they'd be about 6 minutes short. Sun's starting to set though here just past 6:30 local time, and I mean it's definitely becoming a very picturesque circuit Zolder here in Belgium. And the lighting effects, the sun rays, the shadows, everything just looks fantastic at this time of day on this circuit. Just gonna throw out a friendly reminder here for everybody. Next month we are hosting our 4 Hours of Spain, September 17th, 2022, starting at the same time as this race, 1600 UTC. It'll be hopefully a slightly better turnout for that event. We already have some more teams already in the books. This race, of course, we had a few of our regulars on vacation and stuff like that, so unable to attend for today's event, but we are hoping to see them plus more come back for the 4 Hours of Spain and the championship finale in the Summer Endurance Championship. So we hope to see you guys then. It's on September 17th, 2022, just about a month's time. Dan Marriott driving the 94 Mercedes here. I had the honor to hear this car in person in the garage at the track this weekend, and my goodness, it sounds even better in real life than it does in the game. I didn't know that was possible, but this Mercedes just has such a spectacular sound. The grunt that it makes is probably unrivaled in terms of Grand Touring cars. It is pretty immense how this car sounds. I mean, just listen to it, man. I mean, it's just... such a grunt. Such a just harsh sound. Another car with such a just awesome visceral sound, man. I mean, seriously. I love these high-strung, just whines. Emma needs people to come jump in this chat. I'm starting to fall asleep from the engine noise, man. I'm like, this is just bliss. I can totally just take a nap right now. I need something to keep me occupied. I'll be honest, I'm trying really hard just to keep myself awake at this point. I'm like totally... I'm so tired. I'm ready for a nap. Octavian, did you not learn your lesson? Well, and Dan tried to follow it, and that didn't work out either. But like, you already have a drive-through for doing exactly what you just did, and it's like, nah, we're gonna do it more. Do it more. Do it more. I mean, legitimately though, if this is real life, this Porsche would have fallen apart by now. There's no way this car would still be alive. That is one of the beauties of sim racing, is damage is practically non-existent. Or I should say wear and tear. About to have a fight for position here between teammates. In fact, we have Bao and Gonzalez getting closer and closer. We'll maybe see some fighting for position between these two relatively soon. Oh man, that was late on the brakes. Oh, and the other one went off the track. How'd that happen? It went from being early on the brakes to being late on the brakes to missing the corner. That was just sloppy there from both of the team cars. Maybe got too scared looking in the mirror thinking they're about to get ran over, and so they released up off the brake, got in the throttle, and drove themselves off the track in an effort to not be hit from behind. And that almost seems to be what happened there, but in the process, letting the teammate through. So now Gonzalez into 5th place, losing a spot to the sister car. Meanwhile, up front, the Team Iris 777 Bentley probably had the least eventful day that you could ask for. I mean, there's just been nothing to it. Between Loic and Lucas, both just rolling along in the purple and white, and looking for a pretty simple, straightforward, easy victory here at the 4 Hours of Zolder. Track temp has come down another 2 degrees Celsius, down to 26. The sun continues to go down. I suspect it'll get colder and colder and colder. One thing I do not know about ACC, and I doubt that it goes this far. I wonder if the track temp actually varies in different portions of the track. Like, you know, the shaded front stretch, which has been shaded for majority of the race. Is that track colder than turn 1, which has been in the sunlight for the whole race? I wonder if it actually does go into that type of detail for how track temps are, or if it's just a general like a general rule of like this 26 degrees Celsius is the whole track no matter what. Wonder how that goes into that detail. Hello, Derek. Welcome in. Is he not currently on the racetrack? All right, let's go ahead and I guess we'll get a live onboard chat here with one of the drivers. Hi. You are currently driving, correct? Alright. Well, I mean, normally they do these type of track walk talks in post-edit, but I guess we could do it live. Oh yeah, under yellow they'll always talk to the winner of the stage. So, yeah, this is Daryl Waltrip in the booth. We're radioing into you.
That's basically the portion. But once you're through the wall, you're basically the strongest man in the world. So if you learn how to drive the portion, you know how to drive anything. That's how I'm looking at it. And what I like so much about it, it's so agile. It's incredibly agile. You can make it. You could almost call it a car with a hinge in the middle. That's how much it can rotate. It's stable rotation.
So, to get it go fast, do you have to go fast or do you have to go slow?
You have to push every braking zone carriage as much speed on the apexes and basically not rely on your top speed because it's non-existent.
So it's trying to find a balance on throttle or off.
So the thing with the Porsche is being the only car with the engine in the back, you're always wanting to touch the throttle when entering the corner, when you're coming off the brakes, to keep the differential working in your favor. So it's a very fine balance of when you're off the throttle, you still gotta be a little bit on the throttle. And that's a very hard thing to do and do instinctively. It's quite counterintuitive, like you wouldn't want to accelerate before the apex or the point you usually accelerate.
So it's mostly about getting the car to rotate through under acceleration curve.
Exactly, because the engine is basically almost behind, if not behind the rear axle. So it's like driving reverted front-wheel drive car.
That makes a lot of sense then. Considering how much we drive CCRs, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's kind of about using the engine as a counterweight. Just kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah, you want to use full advantage.
So you let it little by little as much as you need.
Blue flag lap here. So what do you think about Zolder?
I absolutely love it. It may be my favorite track.
I did a race here last year with Gavin in one of our endurance races on the GT4 and won the race. I won the race so far. The race went so far with some racing GP. Yeah, I for some reason I like all series that start with a Z. Don't know why. Zolder too high. I go well at them. I have no idea why, but yeah, I enjoyed the circuit a lot, and especially in the TCR car. Not sure if anybody knows, but we do TCR races every Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, via daylight savings or standard. Highly enjoyable. We do on the race room platform. So, anybody listening want to do some of that, join us, please.
I may give that TCR a go. I've never been a fan of race room, but I'll be honest, the last time I played, it was before the big physics update, and it was on the G25. So I'm not sure how much that qualifies as a reasonable.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you like race room or not. Our races are a blast.
Always a blast. Always a blast.
It is very competitive. We had a gentleman named Oscar Zayas who started with us this in our TCR Asia Championship.
Yeah.
First 2 races, he really didn't. First time trying race room, didn't even know how to use the launch control. But unlike others who have done one race with us and quit, he has stuck with us. And I've been impressed with the guy. He's getting better every round. He's out there battling on the circuit, so it's a little bit of a learning curve, just like any other sim. But once you get into it and you race with us, it is highly enjoyable.
Well, I'll give it a shot.
The thing that I
pick it up.
always say to people as a selling point for Race Room is simply its netcode. Its netcode is unrivaled within sim racing. It is the only game you can legitimately door check somebody and not have it just send one of the cars off into oblivion. Like you can race like a TCR car. And it's great. It's so much fun.
So that's the other fun we got going on. We will be making big announcements here in the next few weeks or so, once we finalize the details. But we will be doing our annual 24-hour race, charity race. So look forward to that as well.
Yes, we are very much looking forward to that trick or treat 24-hour event coming back once again. Definitely going to be hopefully a very exciting event and a very action-packed event. And obviously, as was mentioned, charity event, so we want that to also be a successful venture. And yeah, we'll have all those details hopefully ironed out within the next couple weeks and be able to get some details out for everyone to get prepared.
So Octavian, you are from Romania, right?
Yes, I am.
What's the racing scene over in Romania? Just pretty much TCR cars or what?
There is no racing here. There's some rallying.
Derek has an obsession for TCR.
I do tend to watch the TCR Eastern Europe Championship, I'll be honest.
I don't know if they race here, but I can tell you the biggest racing scene here is the rally scene. Because we have some really nice roads among the mountain. And
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen the Top Gear episode about Romania, about the Transfăgărășan highway.
Yep.
It might just be the best road in the world, and I can vouch for that. I've driven it in real life. It's absolutely insane.
So what do you think the reason why racing isn't as big as it is in Romania? Not enough circuits or what?
Not enough circuits, due to the fact that our past, like last century, we were quite. Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Our century, we were quite communist. And such expenses and endeavors weren't well seen. So we don't have a grassroots movement to do that. So our racing basically is guys tuning their cars and gathering Friday nights to do like little drag races, and that's it.
I mean, that sounds like how NASCAR started in the U.S.
Well, yeah, basically. We're still waiting for something to happen here. We've had a prime minister who wanted to make an F1 street race there in my city, but it didn't amount to anything.
Do you think there's anything with just financially that would play into that? Because obviously Eastern and Southeastern Europe is not known as, as wealthy as Western Europe and obviously America is. And I wonder if that also plays anything into why there's not a huge motorsports scene there.
It definitely does. It definitely does. Considering most car enthusiasts usually like older cars here, including myself. I own a very old car by old standards. Uh, there are not gonna be many, let's say, official races because you can't compete with the junker, right?
Yeah.
We have some karting though, from what I've heard. I'm not very into karting, so I don't know much. But we have some championships, some FIA stuff going around here.
Oh, really? Okay. So hopefully that will progress into those people who are karting, those young kids that are karting will progress and maybe in the future build motorsports higher in your country.
Exactly, exactly.
So tell us a bit about Off Pace.
Well,
How did you
what can
guys
I
get
say?
started?
So, that I cannot answer because I arrived later in the team.
Okay.
I don't know if the. I really don't know the history, to be honest. Um, I basically started racing with them this year in January or February, I think.
Okay.
Um,
So
and
what brought you to them then?
excuse
What
me.
what brought you to Off Pace?
So one of the members, Quant, we know each other from another Discord server, and he asked
Okay.
me if I want to do a Zandvoort race, and I said, yeah, why not? And then he asked me if I want to join the team and do the championship here, and I said, yeah, why not? And yeah, that's history, I guess.
So you were racing the Onid race, correct? The Indy race. Did we lose him?
I don't think I understood you. I'll try to lower the game volume a bit so I can hear you better.
You raced in the Indy 24 Hours a couple weeks ago,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Tell us how that race went.
Oh God, no! It started horribly. I started the race. Um, I was afraid of getting punted by a car, so I basically lifted the brakes and murdered other two cars. Got a lot of damage. I had to pit to repair, and then I had to serve a stop and go 30. So I basically started the race. Me and my team started the race. Um, 2 laps behind. But uh, slowly and steadily we managed to climb back, and I think we managed the P19. I don't recall exactly, P8, P19, I think. But it was a very eventful race for us. From the start to the finish, we always had something to deal with. We never had like um, one sequence of stints that went without trouble.
So was that your first ever full 24-hour endurance race?
Oh no, it was my third. Yeah, my third.
Okay. And that's with other organizations that you've raced with?
Yeah, it was in other. It wasn't really with other race teams, more like with friends, and we decided to join it at that. Because why not? Ooh, that's spicy.
So how long have you been racing in sim races?
Um, I think it's gonna be 2 years in November. That's when I got my first proper wheel and rig. I've been dabbling in not sim racing, just racing, just mocking around in AC um, with like borrowed wheels from friends who didn't use them. And I caught the bug and I bought myself a wheel. And then immediately I thought, no, I need a better wheel, so I bought a DD and some proper pedals, and down the rabbit hole I went, and then I bought myself a VR. I'm not racing in VR this race because I can't do 4 hours straight in VR. But yeah,
So what's the biggest transition from a single or a triple screen to VR? What's the biggest hurdle in adjusting to that?
spotting the apex. I'm used by now to turning my head to spot the apex and point my car there. Almost like when you're riding a bicycle, where you look is where your bicycle will go. So it's kind of valid here too, and that's kind of the thing I'm missing most. That and the braking markers, because I can figure out where I need to brake in pancake mode, how I like to call it.
So do you think it's a huge advantage if you go VR?
Definitely. I am firmly a preacher in the church of I have seen the apex, and you can only do that in VR. I actually help a lot of people set up their VR headsets to run better in ACC.
Oh,
So
excellent.
yeah, if there's any people
So,
that
so you are the expert that everybody needs to, ask questions.
basically, yeah.
One of our members, Ethan Lawrence, just went to VR, so I might direct him your way if he has any issues.
Exactly.
I've been personally thinking about going to the VR route. Thing I have to ask is, how do you get to fit correctly on your head? Like genuinely.
The fitment. If you have a good headset, a Reverb G2, you won't have any issues with it. It will feel very nice on your head, very comfortable, very light, easy to adjust. If you have an Oculus, you may need to buy a different strap for it to be more comfortable. But usually the Oculus is not recommended for sim racing or any sim gameplay. There's also the Valve Index, but that option is very expensive.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, anytime I've ever used a VR headset, it just has never fit my head correctly, like at all. I've never been able to get it to stay on my head. It always falls forward or pulls up. Like even with the strap, like correctly fitted as it can be, it just never grabs onto my head shape correctly, and it's very annoying.
So that's a solution for that. Some headsets have magnetic base gaskets, and you can just order a replacement gasket or even custom make one 3D printer. They give out the base models, and you can just edit it for your face, I guess.
I'll have to look into that sometime.
Another factor in getting a comfier fit, you can use a small counterweight on the back of the headset, so it balances out with the actual displays and shit that's in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually that's not a problem people encounter. It's more like moving sickness or seasickness. That's the big issue.
Yeah, I think part of my problem is the same problem I have with my glasses. Is I have a partially fractured top of my nose, and so my nose is shaped differently on each side. And so, like my glasses,
so you can press it on it.
my glasses actually fall to the right on me, and I actually have to have like the pads different size on each side. So I have to see if I can find a way to do that similarly with a VR headset too. That would help.
If you decide to go the VR way, there are VR lens inserts with optometrist recipe, whatever it's called. So So you can actually have your prescription glasses as some lenses that just stick to the normal lenses.
Yeah.
No more glasses, just yeah, and no more risk of scratching the actual lenses. That's what I use, and it's yeah, because I also wear glasses, and without it, I managed to, before I bought them, I managed to scratch my headset a little bit.
So I gotta ask you, what do you want to say to your teammate right now that screwed up your race?
I've yelled at him enough. Let me think how to put it. He expressed his deepest apologies. Let's put it that way.
Well, we're still glad that you're racing and having a good time out there, and maybe doing some development on the car despite your issues there. So.
Yeah, definitely. It's a car track combination I absolutely love. So
Well, good. We're glad you're enjoying it.
yeah.
Join us again next time, man. Anytime you want to.
Yeah. So I'm gonna think about the TCR thing. I'm gonna look into it. And yeah, I'll see you guys next. I guess I'll see you next race.
All right, we'll see you, man. Thank you.
See ya. Have a great day.
You too.
Make it easier for him. I will remove him from the rules chat.
I gotta say that does take some skill to be able to talk like that. Because me personally, I don't like any distractions. I take off the relative. I've learned that me personally, I drive better when there's less distractions. So yeah, I give him much credit to be able to have a full-on conversation while driving this circuit in the Porsche.
Yeah, at that in the Porsche. It's funny, like I am definitely in that opposite book. Like I like driving with like minimal HUD and everything, but I also like to have as much information as possible to be looking at and processing, because I find I drive more consistently and a bit more on just like autopilot mode whenever I'm thinking about other things. The more I think about my driving, the more likely I am to make a mistake in my driving, is what I find. It's like I kind of have to have something else going on to keep me from thinking about specifically my driving mechanics. Otherwise, I end up getting just caught up into mistakes and such. Which is why I perform best whenever I'm in a fight on the racetrack. Like whenever there's another car that's in my mirror or out my windshield, that's whenever I find I perform the best, because I'm more focused on that car than my own car, and it prevents me from making mistakes typically.
So to have a little bit of a catch-up for our viewers, well, what we were talking about is the car 23 should not be 23. It should be 22. But unfortunately, Octavian's teammate joined the server before he did, and he is listed as the lead driver in the entry list. So because of that, it is a ACC issue where it basically causes the team to unable to do a driver swap because the lead driver did not join. So that's what we were giving him a little bit of shtick about with his teammate. But we do appreciate for him continuing. Apparently his favorite track and car combo. So he is leading the race, but unfortunately due to our rules of you must have 2 drivers for our endurance races, will be disqualified at the end of the event. So your 777 is the leading car on track, or it is not the leading car on track, but the leading car in timing and scoring as we see it.
And it is worth noting as well that the 777 did just make a pit stop about 5 minutes ago, which is what's resulted in them not being the leader on the racetrack as well. Octavian did take that position while they were on the pit lane. That was just as we were wrapping up the call with him. Lucas stayed in that car, which means that for the final stint, we'll probably see Loic come back in as they made their pit stop at just around the hour mark, if I recall correctly, maybe even a bit short. So I imagine we're going to see Lucas run this stint and Loic come back in for the final stint. We've also seen the 72 perform their driver swap. Kevin Hensel currently in the car, and I believe that they're going to have to make a swap to another driver. Their first driver, I think, was just short of the... no, actually, they went plenty on that, so they're fine. I'm thinking of the 13 and the 14. I believe they made their pit stops just short, as well as the 700, if I recall correctly. They were all like just shy or right around that hour mark in their pit stops, so they will have to swap back here with their next stop, which should be relatively soon. 72, though, they've had a really solid recovery drive to get themselves up in a third currently, and are on track to be one pit stop shorter than everybody else. So they might have, obviously, will be second ultimately after the disqualification of the 23, but might be in a position to, you know, like truly go and earn second place. Meanwhile, back here for 5th overall, we're seeing a fight between the 14 and the 700. Simon Joyvis back in the car, so the 700 did perform their driver swap here. So they're doing one stint on, one stint off, one stint on, one stint off, peeking the nose in on the inside of the 14. Coming through turn 4, let's see if he can set up a good run here down towards the Klein chicane. Not quite sure it's going to be close enough. He's going to make the move anyways, late on the brakes, trying to make it stick. Given plenty of room there was Maseda in the 14, letting Simon roll on through. That's position and a move done.
Hey, we still have an hour and 50 to go, so that could flip at any point in time.
Plenty of time left in this race. We are rolling into that stage, though, where the sun's going down. Track temps come down again. It's down at 25 Celsius. It's 6 degrees cooler since race start. And we might soon see, you know, that the start to the effect of needing new tire pressures and really having to make setup changes due to the track temperature changes. I'm really curious to see how these drivers handle the next hour and 50 minutes. And who limits their mistakes? Who limits the issues? I mean, we've already seen Octavian earlier. He had a drive-through penalty for track limits. You know, it's not impossible for others to also run into these issues within the next hour or so, and it could really cause drama. The 13 actually around here, taking a little bit too much of the inside curb there at the start of the second chicane and bouncing their way into the grass.
It is 3 tires off the racing surfaces and track cut for SRO competition. So it's pretty easy to get around here, especially if it's back chicane complex. The ACC has done pretty well this season. Just talking about the tire pressures. And what Ari's the physics lead for Kunos was described as the operating pressure really determines the grip on those tires from the data he's been getting. So at 27.5 to 28 psi window that you have to try and get to is a sweet spot for these. But a lot of that is also determines how wide or open your brake ducts are to keep that pressure and that temperature. So with the track dropping and the sun setting, who's got the sweet spot on the pit strategy?
It's and it is something that's definitely interesting as well. And something I kind of tried to confirm in the time that I was in this last week. I was discussing about like tires and such like that with our tire guy, and he was kind of he was kind of trying to explain like what he's trying to do and stuff like that, and I was like, well, like with these tires, your operating range should be within 26 to 27 psi for this GT4 tire, and is like, you know, like, and that's obviously that's once it's up to temp after about 4 laps of going, it's where you want it to be, and this, that, and other. And I remember he was like kind of shocked the fact that I knew that, and it was very interesting, like that was exactly what they were going for, and that it definitely does what you see in the game for what you want is exactly what correlates to what they're trying to do in real life as well. And so that balance of getting of seeing what they do for the real life cars versus what they do in the virtual car is definitely cool. And of course, whenever I say 26 to 27, that's your GT4 tire that Pirelli does, instead of the GT3 tire that Pirelli does, which wants that, as you mentioned, 27.5 to 28 psi range. And they were saying too that typically their rule is they want it as low on the range as they can comfortably get it. As the lower tire pressures have the car sit a little bit lower, and it typically gives you a wider tire to assist with just general corner stability. So they try to aim for the lower portion of the target pressures. But it does have a trade-off of the lower your tire pressure is, the worse you'll be on fuel economy and straight line speed. So it's kind of playing a balance on that as well. But within, you know, a couple tenths of a PSI, there isn't a ton of a difference. So they're just kind of just in a general range. Like, yeah, we're right about there. I think that their cold pressure in the Supra was 17 on the rear and 18 on the front was the cold pressure. And then they wanted it where after he came in and pit, so after he would go out, do 3 laps, and then pit, the pressures were 21 around the board, and that was what they wanted, which meant that at race pace, it would get up to about 25 PSI, 26 PSI. And so I found that there was such a large discrepancy between the cold and the hot pressure, also very interesting.
So that really kind of validates everything that ACC and Kudos is trying to do. Is in Ari's last update with the USA pack, he said that a lot of teams just give him the car handbook and said, here you go, this is what we try to do for setup, and this is how we, for a customer racing program, pass on the information to our customers. So it's pretty interesting. What I am shocked is that there hasn't been a customer racing program from the manufacturer. I'm actually pretty surprised.
What do you mean by that specifically?
As in, like you have your F1 esports teams.
Yeah.
People, Ferrari, Aston Martin, whatever.
Well, there is the SRO esports, which is hosted on
Correct.
ACC.
Correct, but I'm surprised that the actual manufacturers themselves haven't gotten more involved.
Yeah. Of course, McLaren, they had that World's Fastest Gamer, and they hosted stuff on here, but they also hosted on Project Cars 2 as well, so it was kind of just more of a general thing, it seemed. I know Lamborghini, they host their stuff through Forza, because they have a license. But yeah, nobody's really seemed to branch in to make, like, some form of thing, like you were saying, like, through the ACC game. But I wonder if that's due to, what the whole, like, rumor is basically, of they say we're, like, the only license they have is SRO, and that's it. They don't have a license for any of the tracks, they don't have a license for any of the cars, they have to still buy all of that license themselves. And so I wonder if there's anything to that of none of the manufacturers feel they have an affiliation to ACC, it's more just the SRO does. Maybe that's why they haven't played into it so much.
That I definitely can. I think with the whole new players moving up Ren Sports, they were talking about basically buying a chassis, and then a lot of people were talking about how NFTs and stuff like that. I mean, me personally, as kind of a racing historian that I am, I like going on racingsportscars.com and looking up, their chassis number database. This car raced at this race and the race at this race as well. I like that kind of aspect of racing. I mean, if Ren Sport can pull that off, our esports team can buy a chassis and we can get, customer racing support, for Mercedes or BMW or whatever. I mean, I think that would be a huge step. Sim racing, but that's a lot of money to do that. But I think it would be cool if Mercedes customer racing or BMW customer racing or the customer racing outfits got a little bit more involved. I think it would be very interesting.
And you gotta wonder at what point does something similar to that McLaren World's Fastest Game or like the Gran Turismo Academy that we saw years ago, when does that begin to really step in and have the same type of impact from where we're at now with iRacing and what it does for ovals? It has a degree of that. Well, like we've seen William Byron basically get his way through college and then into the NASCAR Cup Series through iRacing. Like, he was a part of a iRacing college team, and that got him a scholarship, that then got him a sponsorship, that then got him into NASCAR and all the way up the grid. Gotta wonder if maybe something like that will eventually progress its way into other platforms like Assetto Corsa Cup, Tensione, or even if the official IndyCar game and other things like that become more steady and more consistent, if maybe eventually those will also take on their own platforms, and you can see some form of progression like that that's well documented and advertised.
I think the biggest thing that's been interesting about the whole sim racer goes from sim racing to professional is that a lot of the cases it has been sustainable. Jan Martinborough, who went through the Nissan Academy, his career's pretty much stalled out. And most of that's through, the program being sponsored by Nissan, and then Nissan pretty much pulling out of all motorsports for the most part. And so he's had issues recently trying to drive James Baldwin, who was racing with Jenson Button in the British GT, recently hasn't been able to find a drive. So, I mean, William Byron's a success story out of that, but
Yeah.
it would be it seems like once all the press has their way with those drivers who have gone through those programs, after that they kind of come to a point where there's nothing there for them. So hopefully that changes in the future.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, obviously, like we were just discussing with Octavia, I mean, racing's expensive. It takes a lot of money to get through racing, and anybody who tries to pretend that there is that pay drivers per se are like this anomaly that we see, it's like incredibly false, because realistically every single racing driver is a pay driver to some extent, right? The 94 just smashed into the wall right in front of our leader there. That was almost extremely awkward, and I think that they just left the race there. Let's go back and watch the onboard here from our leader, see what exactly happened there. The 94 is just up ahead. You have the 700 and the 777 following. Just misses the apex there into the grass and just straight into that tire wall. And that could have been really, really bad had they bounced out any sooner and ended up catching our leaders. That's, I mean, even with a grid of just a handful of cars, there's still always that chance within racing of something like that happening. And it almost went from, you know, this near perfect race to being eliminated right there for Team Iris. So I'm sure they're very happy to have not got caught up into that, but it definitely gives you a little bit of a wake-up call there.
Calling it a day, you know, sometimes you just have a bad day at work, and looks like they were just having a bad day at racing. But we know we'll still be back for Spain. Their off-pace group is very supportive of us. We appreciate that. I'm sure we'll see them in Spain.
I want to take a moment here and go into a free cam once again. I know I like doing this a lot, but I just want to appreciate just the absolute beauty of these sun rays down here at the hairpin, and just the way that this game just does lighting so well. It is definitely it just looks so nice. And that sun is blinding right now. I remember what we were discussing there just before the 94 had their game crash, ended up in the wall. That's what they said occurred, was the game crashed, causing that. But we were talking about like the platforms with, you know, pay drivers and such, and yeah, like realistically, any driver that's within racing has money behind them to get to that point in some way, shape, or form. There's money behind them. Because it simply put, you're not going to get a racing seat for free. You know, you either need to have money to get up the ranks to get to a spot to where you get offered contracts to come race, or you need to, you know, have just general sponsorship, or you need to have the outlets, the kind of handouts in a sense, to be able to help you get through the ranks, because you're not going to do it without that. Just in general, you're just not. It doesn't matter if you line up and race against Max Verstappen and beat him in you know, a go-karting ring. If you have no money behind you, nobody's going to give you really a great shot to figure out a car and such. You know, they'll give you a one time, here you go, let's see what you do, and if it doesn't work out that one time, then it's over type of thing. They're not really going to give you, they're not going to risk their money and their time on you without there being some sort of return, at least some sort of hope of a return. And so it's definitely like, you're saying with how, you know, a lot of these drivers, they find their way up due to kind of media, right? You know, like, you know, Nissan Academy, PT Academy and such, you know, you get in that seat and you get talked about through the media, and that's your form of being a pay driver, right? It is the attention and publicity that you bring by simply being there. Or, you know, and like, obviously, like, you know, you have Jamie Broadbent, who runs his own YouTube channels and stuff like that, and he's a big online presence who's been put into the Praga series as an effort to just bring attention to Praga as a brand and such. I mean, he's basically a walking billboard in a sense, because he vlogs everything he does. It gets posted online. Everybody gets to watch it and see it, and so it's that type of stuff that brings those drivers in. And so if Jamie Broadbent were to not have his YouTube channel, he probably would not be in the Praga. And so definitely a lot of those type of drivers, as soon as the media kind of gets done with them or moves on to the next guy, it's like, well, what do you have really to offer us? You're an average driver, in some cases below average. You're not worth our time or investment to bring you in. I just can't get over the way the sun looks right now. It's just absolutely beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful. Jump back here now, watching Lucas Lichten running around the circuit, coming up out of turn 4 there. Still in the lead is Octavian Robu at the moment. Has yet to perform the pit stop here. Let's cycle him back through and let Lucas retake the lead. And you gotta wonder if perhaps Octavian can even find a way to cut out a pit stop and maybe even get the overall win and just not be able to ultimately be scored with it. Really neat to see actually ACC do that. The reflections, they are dynamic. Actually is like where the car is, shows like the live reflection. You can see it there in the big wing. On this car, you can even see the reflections, and like as we drive underneath of the banners, like it shows up. Like there, you can see the sun reflection start to step in. Turbine. That's actually really cool because a lot of games don't do that with reflections. If you pay attention in iRacing, for example, the reflections are a static picture of the start-finish line. Or typically it's a start-finish line. Sometimes it's slightly moved from the start-finish line if the buildings are too noticeable. But it'll be a static reflection as to just save on rendering. Project Cars was very notable doing that as well, where it just kind of distorts a static image that rotates. Try to simulate reflection. Works well. Like while you're driving, you definitely don't notice that it's just a static image, but it is cool in broadcasting to see the actual dynamic reflections like this on the car. I quite like that. See here as they come rolling through turn 2 and into 3, sun just absolutely blinding you. It's so hard to see the apex going through 3 at this point. And that is one of the reasons why we love this setting of this racetrack. It's just simply how it works. This track is stunning at this time of day. think that we are going to take our quick break here. As Octavian is actually missing the final corner here. I thought he was pitting. It looked like as if he maybe just missed the braking zone a little bit. Yes, he did, just a little bit. I thought he was going to be pitting, but not this time by. But we are going to take our quick 3-minute break, and we will return shortly. Well, we're back, and we're joined by the Ethan Lawrence, who is at Gateway, currently for the IndyCar race. So we're watching virtual racing and real racing.
Thank you. What was that? Sorry.
Ethan, how we doing out there at Gateway?
A little loud, not gonna lie. I'm near the PA system, so you know.
So tell us what you experienced this morning.
What I experienced this morning. Well, I did the IndyCar little lap time thing at R Factors, Motorsports Games booth thing. Then I took an explore through the paddock. Oh yeah, I watched Vintage Indy, kind of just hanging out by the racetrack. That was cool. Then it rained. I was gonna do karting, but you know it rained. So.
Is the karting actually open during the race?
Yeah, it was, but.
Well, maybe not during the race, but during the weekend. Interesting.
Yeah. No, it was closed because rain, and then because we had literally probably a 10-minute shower, just quick. Oh yeah, you're just off circuit only. You know, we needed that. So you know. But yeah, that's kind of how it's been.
23 serving another drive-through.
Yeah, I mean, we keep on watching him just absolutely ramp over the curbs here. I mean, it's gonna get him eventually.
He just needs a little time, catch his breath, during the whole 4 hours by himself.
I bought it. Yeah.
So how much stuff have you bought so far, Ethan?
I bought an Indy T-shirt and a Grosjean sticker.
Okay.
I've acquired a Ford flag.
A
Ford?
flag
A Ford flag.
Okay.
from the Ford GT program.
I don't know. It's one of them. I just acquired a Ford flag.
You acquired it by what means?
Buying it.
Okay.
Do you walk up to some dude's RV and just steal it?
Yeah,
Left
right,
a beer.
Yeah. They were just like, hey, flags are $5. Like, what flags you got? I'm like, I don't know, list something off. I'm like, I don't know. Honestly, just tell me what you got. Like, actually, we have Ford. And then you're like, oh, no, wait. And then did it all of a sudden, like, oh, yeah, we have Ford. Yeah, I bought a hoodie, so I've got one of those now, and a hat. I'm actually wearing said hat now.
So a total of $150 spent so far?
Probably a little more than that. Well, no, let's see. 75, 20, 40. Probably a little less than that, but close. But yeah, kind of explore around the paddock at the moment.
You know what? It's fun going to races by yourself, you know?
Oh yeah, that's a great time. I always have to, walk up, do whatever I want, and yeah. But yeah, literally we're just standing trackside in the morning, like no one cares. Hey, take video, whatever. They were supposed to have a 30-minute session, but because of the rain, that got canceled, so they kind of only had to allow it earlier.
I will have to say I am deeply jealous that you got to see the Rick Mears Yellow Submarine.
I saw Grosjean go by.
Which shirt I just bought at Indy a couple weeks ago.
They had that running last year at Road America as well.
Did they?
Yeah.
Apparently Earnhardt's walking around here somewhere.
I don't think it did. I don't think that car did a lap around the track, but it was in the garage and they had the engine running.
Yeah, no, I think they had all but like 3 cars on. The Rahal car and then 2 of the older ones. One got fired up and then didn't start, or got fired up, started and then died. And then another one is going to go start.
So did you get to see the Lotus turbine?
Which one's that?
One with the jet engine. I thought I saw it on one of your videos.
Was it the blue one?
No, the STP car.
I don't know.
That car was at the Indy 500. I know. But yeah, I don't.
What's your prediction tonight, Ethan?
My prediction tonight, hope. See, but that's not likely. depending what the rain does, you know, because apparently, you know,
Jimmy.
the rain keeps getting pushed back and back. So, good news is we don't really have to worry about that too much. Honestly, I have no clue. I really didn't look at who started the race, the starting order.
Well, Will Power just got the, I think, 80th pole of his career, which equals Andretti.
Yes, there's the fastest Zolder car I'm walking by right now. Actually, they're here. They've got the They've got that, and then I don't know if it's the 05 Indy car, but it's an older Indy car. So right, it's not the DW12. I know that they got the DW12 which they put in. But yeah, I'm just kind of walking around at the moment until Indy Light starts. Yeah. What was it? Something. I was gonna say something.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, and you know, wish you were here with us, but we're glad that you're enjoying yourself at the track because life is always better at a racetrack.
Very true, very true. I forgot my headphones, so I had to buy a pair of little earplugs for like $2. But you know.
Honestly, the only time I've been to an oval race was Indy qualifying. I've been to that twice. I've never been to an actual oval race.
Yeah, this is the second race I've been to, second oval, you know, and they've only been oval races because I was at the truck race earlier in the year. Now I'm at the gate of this one, so yeah.
You've never been to like a local dirt oval, Derek?
I actually have never been to a local dirt oval.
Do you have any local dirt ovals?
We got one down the street, Lawrenceburg.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're in southern Ohio. There should be like one every 4 miles. There should be more dirt tracks than McDonald's.
I know of at least 2 in the area that I've never been to, so.
I would 100% recommend that you go to one of those.
I might.
I mean, legitimately, it'd be like $20. You're gonna get in the door, and you're just gonna have an absolute party.
Oh yeah, that's how it is at 55.
Well, local dirt tracks are the best.
But yeah, I think the Indy Lights race is about to start, so I'll go over that.
Well,
yeah.
Enjoy that, Ethan. I appreciate you joining in for the few minutes.
Yeah, currently 8th on the board for that fastest lap thing. Like to go faster, but unlikely, who knows.
But hey, you're in the top 10.
I'm in the top 10 of 2 days.
Give it one more shot, just one more shot.
I am. I'm waiting till the end to make sure, you know, like I will be one of the last people running. Problem is, I think I have to get the lap in within the first 5, or it's, you know, it's no point because it takes a good wear on you. That's for sure.
How much time do you gotta gain?
I gotta gain roughly 4. No, it's 0.33. It's like 3.5 tenths. But yeah.
Gateway is a really, really tricky track to get around in the IndyCar, I found.
Oh, literally, you just flat. Apparently, with what they've got going on, instead you just flat foot the final sector. Really, the set 1 and 2 is really where I'm losing all my time. I got to figure out the run through there. But other than that, I mean, I've got it down.
Are you able to watch other people set their laps?
Yeah, there's 4 other people. Like, you know, there's 4 other people going side by side with you. Like, but I'm like the one kind of like.
What's going on with our 72 car? Just returned to the pit lane. I'm unsure. They pulled into the pit stall and then parked and then just hit and then returned back to the garage. And then I think that at the end they just disconnected. I think. What? No. Okay. Okay.
Go on the jacks.
Really intriguing as to what just happened there.
Oh yeah, I was really tired after that second stint of running, because you get 5 minutes or 10 laps basically to set that. So they've just started the engines for any lights, so I will be going.
We'll see, Ethan. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the 72.
Yeah, I I'm really intrigued by the fact that they were pulling into the pit lane and then just stopped and then returned to the garage. Like, I mean, there was nothing that seemed to be wrong. As you said, it looked like that they were up on the jacks. So definitely a curious I mean, I imagine they need to do a driver swap here is what they're trying to figure out. Maybe there was issues going on there or something. But they are losing time. All of the recovery time they've had so far is gone. 13 now through 4 position into 3rd on track. And they're going to continue to fall here. I would have to imagine the 700 can't be too far away. That's a great picturesque shot right there. Yeah, the 700 is currently coming through the final chicane, so that'll be a soon overtake as well for 4th place on track. 72 is just going to continue to fall down the grid. Really unsure what's going on there.
We've had no indication from the team what's going on.
Whoa, what just happened there? All my apps on my computer just collapsed. That was on. But yeah, definitely an interesting bit of drama going on here for the 72. And hopefully they get their issues resolved here, get back underway. Are still sitting on the pit lane as we're nearing 1 hour remaining in today's race.
Okay, so lead me to it. Appreciate the talk there.
Alrighty, Derek. Appreciate you being here. And we'll catch you on the flip. The sun continues to set here at Circuit Zolder, nearing 8 p.m. local time. Oops, wrong button. Just a reminder for you all that we are running next month our 4 hours of Spain, September 17th, same time as this race. Be sure to be there, and sign-ups will open up for that event immediately after this race, I believe. I think we already have it up, so join into the Discord if you haven't already. Type !Discord on Twitch. Join in and come get in with us to race at Spain. The 13 currently on the pit lane. And Octavian just continues to murder curbs. 14 also pitting at this time. Both of those cars surely going to have to perform a driver swap. Oh no, 14 has not pit. 72 did get rolling. Pitting again, I assume, to perform their swap now. as they did not get the swap done there during whatever happened, the miscommunication or confusion that seemed to have occurred there. But now I imagine performing their driver swap here. A stop go 30 for the 94. That's going to be speeding on the pit lane. Perhaps on entry or exit, one of the two. Track temp down to 24 degrees Celsius as it is 8 p.m. and the sun is officially down at this stage of the race. It is just barely peaking up over the crest over there, but I mean at track height it is effectively gone. It is not putting any form of heat into the racetrack at this stage. '72 now also has a drive-through to serve. Aiming for track limits, it's gotta be. So, just bad going to worst for that crew. I'm going to attempt for my own viewing pleasure the GT America race that's currently going on. Creeping up on 1 hour remaining here at Circuit Zolder. Still a stop go 30 now for the 72, so it's going to be a speeding penalty on top of it. So they're just getting everything thrown at them here between issue, driver swap issue, a drive-through for track limits, and then speeding on the pit lane. I mean, this has been an absolutely atrocious 15 minutes, 20 minutes for them. Just cruising along up front here. Lucas Lichton just finalizing right on through. I mean, I'm trying to think here. Sure, we're going to see another pit stop out of the 777. And relatively soon, I would have to imagine. Yeah, surely relatively soon. In order to hit that 1 hour minimum drive time in today's event. .14 car on the pit lane now. Surely there's going to be a driver swap occurring for that team. In the pit lane there, just behind their teammate. At the split, there was a driver swap occurring in that car. Drive through once again for Octavian Robu, who just continues to be the entertainment charm of the day, just smashing his way through the curbs. There they are. Yes, Gonzala is back in the car for the 14, so a driver swap did occur. They should all meet their minimum driver requirements, I would hope. Team 700, Simon drive us into the pit lane. I imagine there will be a driver swap happening there as well. I don't understand why these are even an option for the auto director to pick. Let's go watch along with Octavian earlier. Obviously we had him in for the conversation during the race. Let's go right on board with him some more and see just what he's doing to keep on getting these track limit penalties, because he is smashing his curve. Turn 2 here. Let's see if the sun is gone. The track is truly dark at this point. This is where we continue to see Octavia just launch his car over these curves. Just barely misses the first one, and then smashes the second one. In that case, he smashed both of them. I've never noticed. I wonder if there's the moon just in this game. I'm trying to think. I don't know why this is a question I'm asking, but like I don't know if I've ever really paid attention to there being a moon in this twilight setting. And now I want to find out, is there a moon in this twilight setting? Obviously there's the sun setting off in the distance. I don't see any form of a moon anywhere in the sky at this stage. Very interesting. 72 coming back into the pit lane here. Drone cam going for the chase. Stalls a second from the end. Make that right turn, pull it in. 23 entering the pit lane here. Octavian coming back through. 13 pass on turn 1. Got our 14 rolling on by here as well. One thing that is interesting this game does in an effort to save on resources is headlights. The car that you are actively watching will have full brightness headlights. Cars you not actively watch will not have full brightness headlights. And it's one of the things that kind of bugs me with this game. I wish that it wasn't that way. There is the pit stop there from our leaders. We were just talking about that just a bit ago. I was expecting them to find their way into the pit lane. And this will most certainly be a driver swap to put Loic back in the car. Should be our final stop overall, actually, in the race. I don't think anyone else has a pit stop that they need to make. So I should say this is the last scheduled pit stop. Done and rolling. Loic in the car. And now it should be a smooth sailing final stint here. 45 minutes. temp down to 23 degrees Celsius at this stage. I mean, obviously everyone's performing their final pit stops, but tire pressures are going to be crucial at this stage on, because I mean, it's just simply the nature of the beast with these cooling racetracks like this, that you do not want to get stuck with underinflated tires that struggle to keep tempo up. That will absolutely hurt you. 40 minutes remain in this race, and we're going along at the moment. 94 exiting the pit lane. And that's an unscheduled pit stop for them. At this point, everything in the distance is nothing more than a shadowy figure. There is really no light to illuminate, distinguish what it is that's on the side of the racetrack. And we're just riding on board here with our overall leader. As we watch Octavian Robu absolutely go ramping off that curb once again. So right here we're watching is actually a fight for position. Robu's trying to close the gap on the 13 car here. Why he's pushing so hard. You see there, once again wide on the racetrack. But Robu obviously not in a position to actually race for a position. Obviously they are slated for the DQ due to the minimum drive time issues because of the lack of driver swap. And so just watching him kind of close this gap for fun, and as I'm sure that these other guys probably don't mind all that much, as long as, you know, obviously it stays clean and doesn't result in a race. Having a little bit of fun here in these dull moments of the race could be a good challenge. I mean, right there, massively closing the gap down. Octavian Robu, right on that rear bumper. On the BMW, looking to the left and looking to the right. See if it makes a lunge right here. Not quite. That ride without it being intentional. As cameras just lose track of where they are. Don't cursor. I love stealing your cursor. Octavian earlier in his interview with us mentioned that you kind of really just need to maximize the corners in this car because it already lacks straight line speed, and so you just disregard straight line speed entirely in your process and focus on maximizing braking, maximizing corner speed, maximizing acceleration. Problem with that is simply it makes it hard to overtake, because whenever you have a BMW in front of you that can just accelerate away in a straight line and then defend under braking. But sometimes they'll make a mistake just like that and let you slip right on through. We saw the 13 up over the curb, losing time, and maybe in an effort to not get the warning there, slowing down. And ultimately losing some time there. And now 23 into second place, and the 13 going another lap down to the 777. There was Octavian letting him through. Also one of those stages where this game visually just stands out so well at this time of night. And just kind of the headlights on the cars, the way that things reflect, all the small little details of the shadows, just looks fantastic. It is really interesting that there's no moon. I don't know why I've never noticed that. Or like if there is something like that can make the moon appear. Like what is it that makes there be moon? Oh, the sparks. Oh, that's a huge amount there for Octavia. Here to come join us for the action next month in Spain. Click the link right there that just posted in the chat. And over there, invite.gg/GRG esports. Where all your information will be, or www.grgesports.com. Wow, I really just say www.com. Yeah, that's, yeah, no. Man, I am tired. Gap for second hasn't quite closed, but it also hasn't quite opened up. It's kind of been maintaining at this point. Speaking of what is happening here to Octavian, he was just all over the place right there. You see that? Whoa! What a moment that was. Somehow keeping it together, throwing sparks all over the racetrack. Octavian Robu's still in second place at the moment. That was wild. Now the gap down to 2 seconds here between these two. Love the sparks getting thrown up off the car. I'll see if we can slow angle as we go up over this curb here. Oh yeah, that's so nice. And how is that for a set and a move right there? That is a monstrous sense of speed. go to this normal HUD here so you can see the throttle and brake chase as we watch Octavian go around the circuit. You see what he means by you pretty much always have to be on the throttle. Watch the throttle here. It will never go completely away. You're always kind of keeping a little bit in the throttle. I think that there's a trick to that where it's with your calibration. Where basically you go into the software and you think that 0% is actually 10%. But you do that after you do, so like you do like the adjustments, or like the calibration in the game normally, and then you then adjust it after the calibration to then make 0 actually 10, and then whenever you're at 0, the game takes you at 10. If that makes some sense. That keeps you always having that little bit of throttle. I bet you that's a take one more quick break here, and we will be back for the final 15 minutes of today's race. See you on the other side. back, and we are watching cars come flying in and over the curb. It's quite a spectacular sight to see. The sun still setting in the background, just a ever little bit of ambient light in the background. Blinking red light up on top. Whoa! Octavian decided that he did not want to take the corner today. That was a massive miss of the braking zone there. And, you know, he just wanted to go on a little beach vacation in the Porsche. And now through has gone the 13 car. Oh, let's back that up once again then. Let's watch this from the onboard 13. The gap, about 2 seconds here. Then you see Porsche just misses the corner. You go ahead and you smash through the curb, come on out. Now he's going to go defensive to the left, of course. You got to take the long way around the outside here. You have the big run, managing to get it down by the braking zone, and that was nice and clean and clear, and through into the position. Now second overall on the racetrack. Waiting for this action to build up and happen quite a while now, and there it was. The move for second place. It happened with a big mistake from Octavian Robu. I'm sure that the 13 BMW here is not upset by that. So under 15 minutes remain in this event. And the order looks all but desolate at this point. We're still looking at the closest battle on the track, but again, we're not entirely sure if this is going to count for position as of right now, because the 23 is in that disqualification zone due to the failed driver swap mechanic. Bright rainbow flag on the roof of this car definitely makes it much more identifiable at this time of night. It's how dark the track is getting. It's hard to see that Porsche in the background if it wasn't for its headlights being up. Really probably wouldn't notice that it is there. reflections there off the front straightaway as they come down. You have a little bit of glass there at the top of the pit wall, the way that it reflects. It's like, man, this game really is stunning. Gap continues to build here. Robu seemed to make another mistake, so now we're up to 8 seconds for the second position here. So the on-track fights are more or less non-existent at this stage. Normally don't, have these long periods of silence like this, but I have been very tired today. I know I'm here alone, so I'm trying to just kind of make it through. And this camera cut away there from what we were watching. This auto camera is definitely, it's interesting. The autopilot has an interesting mind. Whenever it comes to these moments where you have kind of a lull period going on the racetrack, it definitely doesn't know what to do. It kind of cracks me up. Maybe there's some settings or a file I need to adjust that would make it look better, but I don't know how to do that or what it is that needs adjusting in particular. Pointer here in the Bentley, just cruising up here. I mean, it's been a walk in the park day for them. There's been a couple of minor scares, but I would say for the most part it has been an uneventful 4-hour day for the Team Iris Bentley. Plow away, let it through. It's not required, but hey, there's no reason not to. That's a lot of the curb there. No reason to be pushing it like that. Oh boy, that was a scary moment. Gotta tell you, these drivers can be very thankful these are not real life race cars, because they would have most certainly fallen apart by this point in time if they were real life cars. I would argue it's almost too dark right now. This is insane. Oh, that's some drama. Drive-through for the overall leader there. Track limits. Now, I don't think that anybody is close enough to them for this to really make a difference in terms of standings, but a little bit of drama here in the final 5 minutes of the race. And it's time for the slow roll down the pit lane. 50 kilometers an hour, 49.4 according to the speedometer on the dashboard. 32.10 on that RPM limiter. Rolling along. Not hit the stall for your drive-through. You just let the car roll right through the lane. As the pit exit, 13 did unlap themselves, but of course no overtake of position. I believe that takes the gap down to 2 laps. Yeah, it's a 2-lap gap between 7 and 13. Just shy of a 2-lap gap, I should say. Yeah. 3 minutes remain. Should be white flag at the stripe unless if Luke decides to slow this lap down enough to make it the last one. The all purple Iris machine here with the LED light in the grill. Under 1 minute to go, a little bit of a slide there. Showboat in just a little bit. I mean, they could just pull over and park on the start-finish line if they wanted to make this the final lap of the race. I doubt that they will, but you very well could. Crossing the stripe for the white flag. One more lap to go.
Leaders on final lap now.
Really shouldn't say white flag. That obviously is not the flag within GT racing and European racing, but alas, taking the final lap of the race here. Blake and Lucas have put in together a very solid effort in the 777. Been the only flawless team here today, and going to pay off with a dominating win. Only 2 cars led laps today, them in the 23, and the 23 will obviously be disqualified, so the only car to be scored to let a lap will be the 777. And yeah, they've been on another level here today in comparison to the rest of the field. To the braking zone. One last time through the final corner. Team Iris in the 777 Bentley crosses the line. Checkered flag waving. And the race is done. There was a little bit of a team photo shoot that was going on there as they were crossing the stripe for the Paredes racing team. The 13 and the 14 lining up side by side themselves. Now they're having a little bit of a dogfight for the final lap. Have a little bit of fun with it. Why not? Oh, that's a bumper. This is why you don't do this, because you don't want to ultimately end up wrecking your other car and have it not finish. Just a little bit of a friendly bumper there, though. And along they roll. The 13 is going to come home second place. The 23 already finished, so they are third confirmed. But again, there will be that qualification. The car to worry about would be the 700, who's also almost a lap down to the 13, or actually is a lap down to the 13. So nothing to worry about with them as they're coming down across the line to finish fourth in the unofficial results. '72 team, after their dramatic final 2 hours there, ultimately finish in the 6th place unofficially. And coming down to the stripe one last time, once again lining up side by side. And that will do it. Hopefully, replays got saved throughout that event. Never really know how it's going to work. But that does conclude the GRG Esports Summer Endurance Series. Round 3 from the 4 hours of Zolder. Anybody who's in the chat would like to come and join us in the commentator's booth, be sure to join the waiting room. We will attempt to get the winners first. And Yeah, so we'll take just a brief moment, get things together for post-race, and things underway.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Alright, we seem to not have any takers for the commentary booth. So, I do believe that's going to end us for today's race. And to broadcast, I appreciate all of you who hung out in the chat, all the new followers that we got. We had a few of you in here. Obviously 2 subscriptions, one from myself, one from Derek. And we are here, and we are looking forward to next month. Again, the 4 hours of Spain in a few weeks' time. Hope to see all of you there and more. And also look out in our Discord. Over the next couple of weeks, we will be releasing more information for our coming up events and what exactly we're looking to do. Be sure to get in on that. We have lots of big plans, as was mentioned by Derek. 24-hour charity race, and in about in about a month and a half, two and a half months time. At the end of October, we will have our 24-hour charity race. We are actually going to be joined here by Joyvis here. Simon, what's up?
Hello.
Welcome in. I mean, it was a pretty eventful race overall for, I think, everybody, despite there being not a lot of actual on-track action, if that makes sense. So, if you want to talk us through where your perspective was from the racetrack.
Yeah, it was quite empty. We had some battles, not a lot of them, but we had some, and we had quite a bad start actually. But it worked out fine.
It was definitely, as you mentioned, track was empty. That's one of those unfortunate parts of some of these events. We did have more teams that were expected to be here, but some of them had vacations that they didn't realize were schedule conflicts. We had some people who had other commitments prior to this. And then we also just generally had a couple people not be able to show up there at the end. So it definitely kind of was a mid-sized field, kind of just dwindled down over a couple weeks there. But we hope for next month. We're looking forward to having a lot of our regulars come back and hopefully build up that grid a bit more.
Yeah, still fun though.
And have fun. Also, too, it's Catalonia, which I think is a generally more liked racetrack, so that might help as well.
My perspective not, but yeah, okay.
I would also agree. I don't like Catalonia at all, personally, as a driver.
I love Zolder.
Yeah, I love Zolder, and I do not like Catalonia. But I think generally people would probably think otherwise because Formula One racetrack. Therefore, it's good.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys end up ultimately finishing? Totally.
Depending of the Porsche DNFing or not, DSQ.
Yeah, in the unofficial results, we'll say.
So with the Porsche DSQ'd.
With the Porsche DSQ, that'll be probably
P3.
we'll like have that official tonight, but
With
yeah,
the Porsche DSQ'd, we ended up in P3, so quite happy about it.
hey, it's a podium.
Yeah.
Can't complain too much about a podium.
Not really. I didn't expect more than P5. I started practicing the evening before the race.
I would say you did a pretty solid job then for 24 hours of prep time, basically.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, especially to be third overall, and
Yeah, it was quite fine. I think I gotta go now. So, see ya, maybe.
it's all good. We appreciate you coming in. We hope to be able to see you maybe for the events in the future. We hope to have a bit more packed racetrack for you guys as well.
Yep.
Have some fun going forward. Appreciate y'all being here, and Have a good night.
Night, see ya.
All right. And with that, are off. Again, I'd like to appreciate everybody who's been here, everyone who hung out, and till next time. Bye for now.